There you are.
You're on.
Like magic.
Arthur C. Clarke had a saying that any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. And I go with that. Okay. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the September 28th, 2023 edition of the Plastow Zoning Board of Adjustment. Dee, would you call the...
Can you state the time?
It is 6:35. Dee, would you call the roll, please?
Peter Belo,
I'm here.
Jim Unger,
Here?
Jonathan Gifford is excused, Michael Murray,
Here.
Jim O'Brien,
Present.
Patrick Kiley.
Present.
Also note for the record that Attorney Will Reddington from Wadley Star Peters is present as well.
And we are making Patrick Kiley a voting member as of this, for this evening. So we have a 5-person board. Yay. Before we start, let's do the Pledge of Allegiance. Attorney Reddington, would you lead us in that?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I hope that doesn't show up as a line item on our bill. Okay, before we get going, I need to read a little bit about meeting procedures here. Yeah, but I will do it with my glasses on instead of trying to fake it. Okay, each public hearing, and there will be 6 of them here tonight, will be opened in turn. The applicant will present their case, the board will ask questions, and then the hearing will be open to the public for comment. So folks here are welcome to comment on things or ask questions. Once everyone who wishes to be heard has been heard, that public hearing will be closed. Once a public hearing has been closed, there can be no additional input allowed. The board will immediately deliberate on that application before opening another public hearing on any additional applications. There could be times where applications are so interrelated that the chair may decide to hear them simultaneously, but each will be deliberated separately. All motions regarding relief will be made in the affirmative to grant form for clarity and consistency. The format of the motion should not be considered indicative of how any member, including the maker of the motion or the second of the motion, might vote. Written notices of decision will be sent to the applicant and made available for public viewing within 5 business days. Per the New Hampshire RSAs, or laws, if any party of standing feels the board has erred in their decision, they have 30 days to request for a rehearing. No permits will be issued, no building permits will be issued within that 30-day period. The board reserves the right to continue their deliberations on any matter if they feel the need to consult with legal counsel. All decisions will be made in accordance with the New Hampshire RSAs. I'm not going to go into the less than 5-member board because we have 5 members here tonight, 5 voting members. I think, well, the only other thing to read is a continuation of public hearing.
No, that's what you read if you have a continuation.
Well, okay, fine. I won't go into that. Does anybody have any questions on our process or procedures before we get going? Okay. Dee, would you read the first?
Would you like me to read the 4 that are interrelated together?
Yes, please read all 4 that are interrelated, and we'll discuss how we address these with the applicant.
Okay. Continued from May 25th and June 29th, 2023. Then it was renoticed for the August 31st meeting of 2023 because we did not have a July meeting. And then it was continued from that night to this night. And this is applicable to all 4 of these. Case number 23-07, a request from Sweet Hill Farm LLC for an appeal of the administrative decision of the building inspector code enforcement officer failing to act on a building permit application filed on February 9th, 2023. The subject property of the building permit application is 82 Newton Road, tax map 68, lot 8, in both the LDR and ICR zoning districts. The applicant is the property owner of record. Case number 23-08, a request from Sweet Hill Farm LLC for an appeal of the administrative decision of the building inspector code enforcement officer failing to act on a building permit application filed on March 27th, 2023 for a B house. The subject property of the building permit application is 82 Newton Road, tax map 68, lot 8, in both the LDR and ICR zoning districts. The applicant is the property owner of record. Case number 23-09, a request from Sweet Hill Farm LLC for an appeal of the administrative decision of the building inspector code enforcement officer to issue a foundation-only permit for an application for a farmhouse mudroom. Permit number BP 2023-000076. The subject property of the building permit application is 82 Newton Road, tax map 68, lot 8, in both the LDR and ICR zoning districts. The applicant is the property owner of record. Case number 23-10, a request from Sweet Hill Farm LLC for an appeal of the administrative decision of the building inspector code enforcement officer to issue a foundation-only permit for an application for a hops barn. Permit number BP 2023-000071. The subject property of the building permit application is 82 Newton Road, tax map 68, lot 8, in both the LDR and ICR zoning districts. The applicant is the property owner of record.
Okay, do we have anybody here speaking for the applicant? Would you folks all give your name and address?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name's Tom Macmillan. I'm an attorney with an address of 145 South Main Street in Bradford, Massachusetts, and I appear on behalf of Sweet Hill Farm.
My name's Kristen Yasenka. I'm an attorney with an address in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, also here on behalf of Sweet Hill Farm.
My name is Dan Kane. I'm a resident of 64 Main Street, Plastow, and I'm the owner of Sweet Hill Farm, located at 82 Newton Road.
Okay, thank you. Before we get going, after reading all four of these cases many times, it seems to me that the first two and the second two are, the first two are almost, if not totally identical, and the second two are also mostly, if not totally identical. I'd like to propose we hear the first two cases, then go into deliberate each of them possibly together, but take separate votes, and then go on to the second two using the same procedure. Is that all right with you folks?
Sure, that works for us.
Yep.
Okay, great.
So essentially what we're going to do anyway is try and streamline this as much as possible so that we can get through it without taking up, half the night.
Sure. Actually, before you get going, I want to do one other thing with the board here. We have a number of letters that we've received over the months. I guess I'd like to have each of us affirm that we've actually read all of that material.
Yes, I have.
I have.
I have.
I have.
I have.
Okay, so we won't be reading all those letters aloud tonight.
Understandable. Just to confirm, though, there was a letter that was sent in on September 26th from Mr. Kane. Wanted to make sure that is part of the record.
Absolutely. And again, I'd like to also mention that, I have it right here. The one from September 26th is erroneously labeled Second Memorandum of Daniel J. Kane. It's actually the third. That's all. I read it.
Okay, appreciate it.
Okay,
Okay, so we ready to start then?
please.
Excellent. So the first appeal is from an administrative decision constructively denying the building permit application by taking no action. And that is number 072307.
And also 8.
We'll feed into that on 8,
Okay.
you're correct. So I'm going to at least fact-wise deal with them a little bit separately, but as you say, they have common threads, so we'll save time on that front. Any event, on or about February 9th of 2023, the applicant known as Sweet Hill Farm ended up submitting an application to the Department of Building Safety for a livestock pen addition to an accessory building on its property. Sweet Hill Farm properly applied for a building permit for its livestock pen addition and completed the application pursuant to the requirements of the New Hampshire law and in accordance with the permitting policies and procedures. That of the town of Plastow is reviewed and adopted by the Board of Selectmen on May 22nd of 2017. In derogation of state law at the building permit policies, prior procedure and practice, the building inspector, Mr. Foy, has arbitrarily and capriciously required a detailed cost estimate and refused to accept the construction contract that was provided by Sweet Hill Farm and failed to take any action on the application. Accordingly, Sweet Hill Farm requests that the Zoning Board of Adjustment and/or Building Code of Appeals reverse this decision of the building inspector and approve the application and require the building inspector to issue a permit. And we're going to, obviously, in the interest of our procedural economy, rely on our submissions because based on the representation by the chairman and all the members of the board, that they have reviewed all the materials. We're resting on the application itself, the memorandum in support of that application, all the exhibits which are attached to it, as well as the letters that were sent in by Mr. Kane and are a part of the record. So with that, that takes care of 1. I can move on to 2, which is going to be very similar in nature too.
Why don't we do that before we open up to questions?
Okay. So this appeal, which is 2308, is an appeal, again, from the administrator's decision constructively denying the building permit application for a B house filed on 3/27/23 by taking no action. On that date, the applicant filed the application with the Department of Building Safety for a new construction of a 16 by 24 B house. As of the date of the filing of the appeal, which goes back to, I believe it was April, more than 30 days had passed since the application was filed. No action on the application had been taken. We cited in the memorandum that pursuant to RSA 67613, it provides that upon submission of a completed completed application, the building inspector shall act to approve or deny a building permit within 30 days. Accordingly, Sweet Hill Farm deems the application constructively denied by way of a failure to take any action and hereby appeals the denial of that action. As a footnote, there is a little disagreement between us and the building inspector's department, which seems to take the position that they're entitled to 60 days as opposed to the 30. We contend that since this is agricultural property and it's dealt with as a characterized residential use, then the residential use applies as opposed to a commercial. So it's back to the 30 days for acting on the application. So Sweet Hill Farm properly applied for the building permit for construction of the 16 by 24 B house, completed the application pursuant to the requirements of the state of New Hampshire law in accordance with the permitting policies and procedures of the town of Plastow, as reviewed and adopted once again by the Board of Selectmen back on May 22nd of 2017. In derogation of the state law permitting policies and prior procedures and practice, the building inspector failed to take any action on the application. Accordingly, Sweet Hill Farm is requesting that the Zoning Board of Adjustment and/or the Building Code Board of Appeals reverse the decision of the building inspector and approve the application and require the building inspector to issue the building permit. And once again, we're incorporating and resting on all the documentation that we filed in this matter, which includes the application, the memorandum, exhibits, and letters from Mr. Kane.
Okay, thank you. First, I've got to ask, and this is a little off base, but when I Google the term bee house, all I get are a number of small kits that one places in their window to have a little beehive in their window. What's a bee house?
The model of the bee house is actually where the hives sit in the front of the house, and there's space behind the house, so it's actually, it becomes insulated, if you will. And so you can harvest the honey from the front, feed the bees from the front and harvest the honey inside a structure.
Oh, interesting.
It's called, the model is called a Slovenian bee house.
I gotta look that up when I get home.
Yeah.
So,
And and I'll tell you the reason why is because this past winter, we lost 70% of our hives because of that 1 week where it became below zero. And you need a better space.
I was just randomly curious. It really has nothing to do with
No,
this case.
I
But
know that. That's,
If I may add, as you were going through the application, you talked about that it's an appeal of administrative decision / building code of appeals. I think it's important that we clarify that this is before the Building Code Board of Appeals.
When the memo was originally done, wasn't quite sure that the ZBA was going to accept jurisdiction, which is why we argued on both sides. But I think we can agree with that.
Excellent. Okay.
right, since Plastow doesn't have a separate one, falls on us.
We have no choice.
We have no choice. Okay, does anybody have any questions or comments?
As far as like the 24 by 38 sheds, is it comparable to like, say, a two-car garage? In other words, there's a concrete slab, things like that?
I'm sorry, which
Or
one are you referring to, Mr. Unger?
The first one, the 24 by 28 sheds?
That's a second appeal.
Oh, is that the second
The
appeal?
bee house?
no,
The bee house?
the bee house is the second appeal.
Yeah,
He's right.
yeah. Is it, I mean, because I haven't seen any plans or anything, so
No slab. They
So
have-
no-
the Plans were submitted.
no slab.
It's a dirt floor.
Yep. Okay. So it's basically like a pole barn,
Exactly.
dirt floor.
In fact, that's the plan that's submitted.
Okay. So it's more of a comment than a question. It seems to me that IBC 109.3 specifically says that a building inspector can ask for detailed estimates, cost estimates, before he issues a building permit. Or the final building permit valuation could be set by the building official himself. So I'm not sure how we can waive this. You know, there was an application made or two applications made, and building permits were not issued. And I believe additional information was requested.
Agreed, but first of all, let's go back even further. All that was requested initially was a copy of the contract that
Okay.
Sweet Hill Farm had. They produced a copy of that contract. And for whatever reason, that wasn't acceptable, even though that's all the building inspector requested. But if you go to page 8 of the memorandum,
Oops, give me a second. I'm there. Everybody else there?
Not yet.
okay, and this is on the first memorandum with respect to the first appeal?
Yep.
Okay. So at the top there, we cite the IBC, and it does have that particular code provision. But if you go down below it, you'll see that it is our contention that that provision is not part of the town of Plastow permitting policies. It is also not a part of the application. A provision of the IBC is not automatically grafted upon the application, nor does it trump the town's permitting policies. Furthermore, that provision of the IBC does not and would not apply to the application under any circumstances and is merely a punishment hunting for a crime.
I like that line, by the way.
I can't take credit for it. I have to defer to Mr. Kane on that one.
From wherever, I still like the line. Actually, the IBC as a whole is grafted onto any application made in the town of Plastow. And I believe in the state of New Hampshire. The state of New Hampshire has deemed that IBC, 2018, is the law of the state. And while the town, an individual town can ask or have stricter laws, they can't loosen them. So I'm not seeing it how it's not.
Disagree. The town has its permitting policies. And if we go down just a little bit further on that same page that I referred you to, there's a difference between cost and value. And that's what the application asks for, cost. Whether the building inspector of the town agrees or disagrees on what the cost is, that's what that contract provided. It was the cost.
But not detailed. But not with details. It was a one number, a one line item cost, price.
That's the agreement. That's a contract that he had with the contractor.
And the building inspector asked for more detail.
And
none was
he
provided.
did submit more detail. Mr. Kane did submit more detail. I think what we're getting into, though, is a battle between, cost and valuation. Cost is what it takes to build it. Valuation is what it's worth. And the building inspector is looking for what the value is, and that's a completely erroneous standard. You should be looking into what the costs are. Mr. Kane provided that information.
I understand your point.
I think those two words are kind of used in many industries to mean the same thing. Like, I'm in the insurance industry, and if I go out to your property and I work up a replacement cost, we call it a replacement cost value estimate. So it's value and cost in the same terminology. And I think a lot of industries kind of do the same thing. I understand what you're saying. Like a nice big barn, if someone doesn't want one, has no value. I've seen people knock down barns that I'd love to have on my property because it had no value to them. But
Well, for the purposes of applying for a building permit, we take the position that they are not interchangeable, the two separate factors.
I understand your position.
Yep.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions or comments?
now the code
you'll-
does say final building permit valuation.
Yes.
And they're using the word valuation is underestimated on the application
Yes.
in the building code. So that's how they're using it.
We can get back to the board. Again, I was thinking about opening this up to comments from the field, if you will. Do we have any written testimony on this?
I have
Hear
a,
from,
Well,
sorry, do we want to hear from the other side first?
Okay, that makes sense. I'll do that. So, Mr. Foy, and do you have anything to add? I really need you guys at a microphone if you're going to say anything.
I was wondering if maybe we could sit at the table.
switch places.
Well, I'm not all set. We still got a couple of more
Well, we got a couple more
items.
rounds of these, but.
Well, either that or bring it, there's
You're saying
one
you
or
have
two
more for these two
chairs, bring them over
applications?
to the other microphone.
He's looking for a rebuttal from the other side for these two.
There's an empty chair right there. Just bring it right over to the microphone. There's two of them even. Look at that. And we're keeping everybody apart, no fisticuffs here. D? And who do we have tonight?
Good evening, folks. Can folks hear me? Or
Those are not volume microphones, they're microphones to direct it out to the cable.
understood. So I'll project a little bit better. Eric Mayer, I'm Donahue Tucker in Chindella, office at 111 Maplewood Ave over in Portsmouth. I'm representing the town of Plastow, its administration, its building inspector, and its board of selectmen. With me is Mr. Foy.
Rick Foy, Building Inspector, Code Enforcement Officer.
So I would like to address certain points, and like Attorney McMillan, we did submit objections. I hope the board has read them as it relates to each of the applications for administrative appeal that have been filed. So I won't rehash every single point that was made in that, and I will largely rely upon my submittals. I will address certain points here. There is this assertion that there is a 30-day time period to act on the building permit applications related to Sweet Hill Farm on the basis that the town's zoning ordinance identifies it as an agricultural use and therefore is identified as a residential use under the town's zoning ordinance. However, what that does is confuse two different bodies of law. We have the zoning ordinance, which deals with land use and permits and approvals, and then we have building permitting under the building codes. And there's two distinct building codes at issue that are incorporated into the New Hampshire State Building Code that I'll discuss. One is the International Residential Code for 1 and 2 family dwellings, which is called the IRC. And the other is the International Building Code, which relates to other non-residential types of properties. The IRC's main goal, the residential code, is largely consistency and uniformity in building practices of residential construction under the basis that the use is the same, therefore the practices related to it should largely be similar. However, and that is why there is a 30-day time period under statute for the review of residential building permit applications, as because the standards of construction do not vary to such a significant degree that the amount of time necessary for a building department to review the application should be longer than 30 days. There's a difference, however, with the International Building Code, which has a large spectrum of differing types of buildings that are incorporated into it. The notion and the concept being is that when you're dealing with structures under the IBC and subject to the use classifications in the IBC, the construction practices will differ depending upon the specific use. And that's because typically when there is a submittal as to a non-residential structure, there will be professional submittals provided with it, engineered drawings and the like, that may require greater sophistication and more time to review it. It is for that reason that the legislature has said that for non-residential construction, building departments have 60 days to review. The amount of complexity and the amount of time that it takes to review a building permit application does not change depending upon how a specific municipality decides to classify a particular use. That is determined by the building code itself. And in fact, as referenced in my submittals to this board, these structures are actually identified under the use classifications for the IBC, for non-residential construction. That is why a 60-day time period applies here. The building inspector in these instances did act in a timely manner. As the board has already indicated, Mr. Foy did communicate before the expiration of the 60-day time period about particularly with regard to the livestock pen, as to his concern as to the cost or value. I agree, they are intended to be synonymous, and I'll get to that in a second. As to the $30,000 cost that was put on the building permit. As I mentioned, these are two 24 by 28 two-story structures that are going to be going on a cement foundation that are going to have multiple windows, doors, internal plumbing, and internal electricity. Find me a contractor that's going to do that job for $30,000 for one of those structures, let alone two, and I'll hire him tomorrow to work on my house. But Mr. Foy, who is an experienced builder in the state of New Hampshire, who before coming to New Hampshire, was a building commissioner in the state of in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, which is subject to rigorous testing and certification processes, looked at that application and determined, based upon his knowledge and experience, that $30,000 was remarkably too low. That was supported by other building permit applications that were submitted in and around the same time that I've provided to this board, reflecting that similar structures were valued significantly higher. That includes some of the structures related to Sweet Hill Farm itself. Now, Mr. Foy asked for a copy of the construction contract or a detailed breakdown, as is allowed under the building code. Mr. Sweet Hill Farm provided a copy of a construction contract that provides no detail whatsoever. It simply says that it's $30,000 for all labor and materials. It didn't answer the underlying question, which was, how is this project going to be done for $30,000? Now, he is not obligated under the building code to accept that representation, that that contract was in and of itself complete and representative of all costs. And in fact, I will note for this board, in Mr. Kane's May and July submittals, if you look at page 4, particularly the May submittal, he makes reference to, he may use materials available on site. He may be utilizing labor that is available to his farm. He may be relying upon volunteers, whoever that may be, to be doing some of the work. In other words, the contract that he submitted is not reflective of all the work that is going to be necessary associated for that project. It is not an all-in expense. So respectfully, the building inspector is entitled to push back, to question that. And the only thing that's before this board is whether it was appropriate for Mr. Foy, in the exercise of his authority as the building inspector, to say, I'm going to ask for a detailed breakdown of costs. We're not here to talk about what the cost should even be. It's whether he acted appropriately, lawfully, and reasonably under the building code in saying, I'm going to question this. And we believe that we provided ample justification tonight, including some of Mr. Kane's own representations made to the ZBA, to call that into question and to make appropriate his further inquiry. The last point I will make is that there's been some discussion as to the town's permitting policies, and that this is not appropriate or permissible under the town's permitting policies. Town's permitting policies are 3 pages long. Now, in that box over there, if I may, I can show you what the building code looks like. What those 3 pages are supposed to be supplanted. Here's the IBC, here's the IRC. Those 3 pages, that Sweet Hill Farm would have this board believe that the 3 pages of the permitting policy that were enacted by the select board, which are largely a guide to applicants and not intended to tie the hands of the building inspector, somehow replace these 2 bodies of documents. The clear intent is to provide guidance to members of the public, that 3-page document. It was not intended to handcuff a building inspector in terms of making further inquiry when he has reason to doubt what is being represented to him. Now, we are not here to attack agriculture. We're not here to attack a farm. We are here to ensure that everybody that is dealing with the town is following the same set of rules, that they are paying their fair share. Now, the last point I will make is there's been a discussion as to whether there's a difference between value and cost. We believe that those terms are synonymous here, and I'll explain why. The whole point of the permitting fee process is to ensure that the building department is self-sustaining, that the taxpayers in general are not having to foot the bill for the review and administration of building permits. So when a building permit application comes in, the fee is supposed to match the complexity. How is it supposed to do so? By representing the cost or the value in this instance. The higher the value of the cost, the increase of the complexity, the more time it's going to take, therefore justifying a higher fee. Whether somebody is able to get subsidization, or somebody's able to get volunteer labor, or use their own labor force, which is presumably being paid for, is irrelevant to that level of complexity, ensuring that the building is being constructed safely and in accordance with the building code. That is why cost and value are synonymous here. It's irrespective of whether or not somebody is actually footing the bill or whether or not as to the level of complexity that necessitates the fee. Thank you very much for the time and consideration.
You might as well stay there for a while. Any rebuttal on that?
Absolutely. Thank you. So first of all, when the building inspector asked for information from Sweet Hill Farm, he gave Sweet Hill Farm the option of contract or cost detail. He didn't say both. He said one or the other. Again, Mr. Kane produced the contract. He didn't have to give any more detail other than what was contained in the contract, but because the building inspector, for some reason, decided that that was not sufficient from his standpoint, he then came back and was now insisting that there be a cost detail. That's
Well, hold on a sec. So that's kind of in the boilerplate, I guess, of the building permit application? Please provide this or that?
But the building inspector went one step further. He sent in an email to Mr. Kane at Sweet Hill Farm, either produce the contract or the detail. He gave Mr. Kane that option. He exercised the option, and then once he did, the building inspector said, well, that's not satisfactory to me.
But it seems like IBC 109.3 does state that the building inspector can request additional data if he doesn't trust or believe the data he's given.
Okay.
Correct?
So that actually goes to the heart of what this dispute is all about. This property, which is a farm and agricultural use, is being treated as a commercial property. Attorney Mayer is right. The IHC is something which applies to non-residential.
The IBC.
I'm sorry, the IBC.
Right.
The IRC is residential.
Right.
That's what applies in this particular case.
But the IBC defines an agricultural use as it's under its jurisdiction, not under the IRC.
But the code,
It's not what Plastow says. It's what's above the town. The standards the town has to apply.
no, the IBC is inapplicable here. It's the IRC.
So
So
you're saying that if Mr. Kane, and I'm not suggesting you want to do this, if he wanted to put a chicken processing plant on that property, it can only be treated as a residence.
So you're expanding. We're not. It's an agricultural use.
Well, it's an agricultural use to process chickens.
Okay. Well, no, that goes down a different road. But I can't argue against every possible scenario that brings up. We know right now that it's an agricultural use. There's a farm stand there. There's hop fields. There's a livestock pen, things of that nature. That's agricultural. And that's a use in and of itself. And Plastow zoning ordinance treats this property as residential. If you go to, I'm not sure which one this is, the Plastow zoning ordinance, page 68. It's the only way I can think.
You're going to have to read it.
Okay,
Because I
well-
haven't memorized it.
Well, it
22032G.
no, I know, 232 G and F. Right, so I'm going to deal with both those sections. So the first one deals with the LDR, low-density residential, and it's got permitted uses. And it's got a listing of 10. And included on that, number 7, is agricultural,
Right.
okay?
You can do agriculture in the LDR in a residential area.
Well-
that does not mean that the use is residential. It's you're allowed the agricultural use there.
So
The same thing as the ICR.
So to the extent that the ordinances for the town of Plastow aren't sufficient enough to have described and articulated agricultural use. The fact that the tables deal with it and characterize an agricultural use as residential puts it into the IRC. So if we go to table 22032G,
Show me in the IRC where it says an agricultural use in a residential area is under residences and it's not governed by the IBC. Please.
we're dealing with the ordinance. This is what the ordinance
This is
states.
above the ordinance.
Not, it may be above the ordinance, but the fact of the matter is agricultural use is treated as a residential use.
It's an allowed use in a
It's
residential
allowed.
zone, not treated as allowed.
Well,
Because there's buildings that he would build that the residential code couldn't possibly cover. It's not technical enough to cover what he's building.
well, it again, to the integrated commercial residential, it's got one permitted residential uses, again, agricultural, that's subsection G, and permitted commercial/industrial uses. And it doesn't have agricultural listed under the permitted commercial/industrial uses. It's got it under residential.
It's a
So,
permitted use. It's not a residential use. It's just permitted in that zone.
it says permitted residential uses.
Right. But residential would technically mean dwellings or habitational.
No.
And that's a permitted use in the residential zone.
So here's what the permitted residential
We're
uses
not
are.
arguing zoning anyways, are we?
We're not
We're
arguing
not
zoning.
arguing zoning. We're arguing whether the building inspector had the right to ask for more detailed cost estimates.
And we're arguing about which code is applicable to the property. And I'm telling you that from our perspective, it's a permitted residential use. And as such, it's the IRC.
And so the IRC, the building inspector, just has to accept anything anyone hands him as that's the cost?
I don't believe they adequately define it.
Is there a section in the IRC that addresses agricultural use?
That I don't know.
Is there a section in the IBC that addresses agricultural use?
That I don't know either.
Page 54 of the IBC.
So the only code document that addresses agricultural use is the IBC. And regardless of the permitted use of the property or the alternate permitted uses in a zone, you still have to follow the appropriate building code for the building use, which is agricultural. And I don't think that anybody is arguing that the building uses are agricultural.
Well, we have a fundamental disagreement on that. So I'm not sure that we're going to be able to bridge that gap.
Okay.
And with respect to the uses argument that Attorney Mayer had brought up, I believe that Chapter RSA 2134-A, farm, agricultural farming, defines a farm as any land, buildings, or structures in which agricultural or farming operations are carried on. So agricultural is the use.
Okay.
All right?
I don't think anybody's arguing against that.
Well, for some reason, we're not able to make the nexus between what is required by the building inspector to get permits. And even if for sake of the argument that we have raised that the permit should have either been acted on within 30 days, or if you went with the 60 days by the building inspector, they still didn't take any action. To this date, I don't believe that there's been any action taken on them.
Okay.
Can I add one thing? I know we never want the client to talk, but I think in this case, I think you get caught a little bit in the weeds.
Could you
I mean,
please get the microphone
Oh,
closer,
sorry.
please? Those microphones are really
Yeah, and I
insensitive.
I usually project. If you look at the International Residential Code, right in the top, talks about single-family residences or duplex. and they're accessory use structures of not more than 3 plane grade, three levels above plane grade height. You know, that's all we have on this building. That's all we have on this property. That's what it applies to. We have a single-family residence, and we have a bunch of accessory use structures that meet the definition of a farm and agriculture. That's what they are. You know, these aren't, you look at the IBC agricultural, look at the size of the buildings. They're monstrous. You know? That's what we have. We have a residential use. That's what's baked in the zoning. That's what falls into agriculture. That's all we're doing. That's been my point all along. So
But
I offer that.
You have a retail store.
We
There's
don't.
absolutely, well, the
Farm
farm
stand.
market. It's a farmer's market, but it's a retail store. You had to have certain egress standards. You had to have certain safety standards. None of those are covered in the residential code. They all come out of the commercial code.
I didn't have to build it to that standard, just so you know. I had it inspected. I did build it to that standard, but I wasn't required.
Well,
My dorm, I'm not saying whether I was, I'm just telling you. You know, that place is a big box.
right, but I'm saying you still had to have certain size door widths. You had to have certain egress, all things that aren't covered under the residential code. And if you weren't required to do that and you had a customer in there and something happened, they got hurt, God help you. It has to be done correctly.
Was.
Right, exactly.
Right.
But it wasn't done to
When I did
the,
it.
but it wasn't done to the residential code.
No, and I'm just saying is there are aspects all throughout the code. And the code doesn't necessarily trump the town, you know? There's a hierarchy in our zoning ordinance. It starts with
But I
the zoning
don't think we
ordinance.
should be picking one code for one building and one code for another building, depending on what you want to do.
That's exactly, but that's what's been done throughout here. That's what's been done even in the 7 permits I got issued. You know, why pick on these 2? I mean, I got 9 permits, you know? There is the garage. You know, what's the difference? A 16 by 24 B house is going to be constructed to, you know, an international building code standard. You know, we're talking about a farm stand that's already been built.
Right.
We're not talking, we're here, and this is what happens sometimes. We get off the track. Here, we're talking about a goat pen and a bee house. And relatively modest and small.
Now,
No, continue, sorry.
are we able to address the building inspector or his attorney as to what they would want to solve this problem? I believe we know it's a detailed cost estimate.
That is correct.
So basically, to have your buildings built already, you would have needed to give them a detailed cost estimate. But instead, we're here in September arguing. I don't understand it.
Well, because I gave him what he asked for. And I think, you know, what am I going to do? Keep giving someone, this is not good enough, that's not good enough? And let's.
Well, this is
idea-
the contract.
Yeah,
It doesn't have any details.
because he said or.
I've only built one thing in Plastow, and it was a modular home, and my contract that the builder gave me was like 150 pages of details. And that's what I brought into the building department.
All they ask for is a cost. There's no requirement on that application for one other piece of information related to cost. That's what I gave them. That's what I've given them on every building I've built. I don't have a detailed cost estimate. I just guessed. And I'm entitled to do that under the application. If there's a presumption, if the town fathers or the town board of selectmen who have the express authority to request whatever information they want, they could ask for required detailed cost estimates. Is if they want it, they'd bake it into the policies. And the policies, just because they're 3 pages, if they wanted to be 10, the board of selectmen would have made them 10. That's their authority. The only one that has the authority is the governing body. That's, because otherwise, how do we know? How do we know when you walk in to apply for a permit on another property? And there's an example that I gave you, that gets issued in 4 days. No cost estimate, nothing. That mine comes in, it's not good enough. I want a construction contract. Here you go. And it's cost to me. If I have stuff laying around, that's my cost. I've already spent it. Why is that fair that then I have to turn around and pay the town a fee, on money that I'm not going to spend on that contract? I've already spent it. That's all I want the opportunity to do is to run my farm the way it reasonably is. I'm not trying to beat the town out of any money, for sure. I just want it to be fair. And that's my issue here. I think it's unfair. I don't think they're bad guys, but I just think it's unfair.
Okay. Do you folks have anything more?
There was a question as to the provision in the IBC that identifies barns and the use classification. That's section 312. I would say, if you look at the submittals that have been provided, the 3-page permitting policy, the select board meeting minutes associated with its adoption, there's nothing in there that would suggest that it was intended to eliminate the authority of the building inspector as it exists under the IBC or the IRC. There's no contention of that. I think this board understands very well that there's a difference between a use that is permissible in a zone and the classification for the building code, which is a separate and distinct body of law. Thank you very much.
Can I open it up to the other folks?
Sure.
Okay. Dee, do you have anything in writing?
I have one email that was received, and I'm assuming it's applicable to all 4 applications. This is from Alisa, Alysia Spooner. I'm hoping I'm saying that correctly. Good evening. This was received back in July 25th. I am writing this letter in support of Sweet Hill Farm. We as a community should be supporting our local businesses and farmers. Farms are the backbone of our food supply. Having one local that is building up our community is amazing for our town. I work in school nutrition and work with local farmers to show and teach and serve urban students local food from farms they don't have access to, and yet we have an amazing farm in our town. Looking to expand and promote local farms, agriculture, and education to our town, and the town is blocking it. Please let them thrive. It would be a disgrace if, I'm assuming this is if, it was sold to development or to storage and not preserved as farmland. This world is at jeopardy of losing farmers, and it's hard business. It's a hard business. We should not be adding roadblocks to local farming, but supporting them. There's very little punctuation in here, so I apologize. I live down the street, and Sweet Hill is one of our favorite spots, and my girls love to see the animals. Please reach out if you need further resources. Remember, no farms, no food. Support our farms. And it's signed by Alicia Spooner Gomez, resident of Plasto, registered dietitian.
Thank you for that. Is there anybody else out there speaking in favor of the applicant? Is there anybody you're getting up or not? Okay, please use the microphone.
Hi, Corinne Martin, Plastow, New Hampshire.
I'm sorry, I need your address, please.
9 Buttonwood Farm,
Thank
Plastow,
you.
New Hampshire. I was really excited when I saw that Sweet Hill was going to remain a farm. I was really excited to be able to see what it is that they've done. They have done an absolutely amazing job. We were kind of wondering what some of the delays have been, and when we took a step back and we realized it's really curious that Plastow does not want to maintain, it seems, as a taxpayer, some of the agricultural benefit that they are trying to maintain in this community. And given that local, not that far away from Sweet Hill, is looking to be developed, why are you not looking to maintain any sense of nature and agricultural benefit? And thinking about what this could do for our school communities, how they could bring kids in, And seriously, you guys are holding this up over a goat pen? And the cost of that for equipment and materials that they have? You have to understand how that looks as a taxpayer. When was this filed? How long have they been waiting? And if farmer and agricultural, doesn't season matter? You guys are really pushing this towards winter for them? Come on.
Anyone else? Anybody speaking against? Well, there you go. Do we have any final questions?
I do have one. And this goes to the building inspector. Because what we're dealing with here is the specific administrative decision of the building
I'm sorry,
inspector.
Mr. Kiley, could I ask you to speak up just a little bit, please?
Yeah, my apologies, Dee. Because we're looking at this specifically as the administrative decision of the building inspector, going back to the code. I know you mentioned something about IRC provisions for accessory uses in residential code. So my question to the building inspector is, are there any provisions existing in the IRC that address agricultural use or the accessory uses? Would any of the accessory uses addressed in the IRC be applicable to what the applicant is making application for?
I'm going to speak to first and foremost, I wouldn't accept, or I would dispute the characterization of the agricultural operation happening on this parcel as an accessory use. The agricultural operation occurring at this property seems to be the primary use. Usually it is an accessory use is ancillary and incidental to a primary use, a recognized primary use that is fairly customarily associated with the primary use. I think here the dominant use is agricultural as opposed to it being accessory to the residential, particularly given the farm stand, the greenhouses, and the other related structures. In terms of the IRC and whether there's any specific provisions, are you aware of any specific provisions related to barns?
Not in the IRC.
Sitting here, the building inspector is not aware of any specific provisions in the IRC related to agricultural structures.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Speak now or forever hold your peace. You folks set? You folks set?
Yes, we would rest on our submittals at this point.
I'm sorry?
I would rest on my submittals at this point.
Okay.
We're all set too.
Okay, well, with that, I'm going to declare both of these, the first two hearings as closed, and we will go into deliberative session. So just so folks know, unlike most things we hear, we don't have a very clear set of guidelines on this. There's no 5 variance criteria. So deliberation will be a little different than normal, I say. But that's my own personal estimate. So I'm closing these hearings. You're welcome to sit there or try to find a seat back there. You're not going to find one, I suspect, right now. And I'd like to get a motion from somebody, anybody?
This would just be on the 07 first, correct?
07,
We're doing 07 first.
ZBA 23-07. I move to grant the appeal of administrative decision of the building inspector as noted in the legal notice as number 23-07 and direct the building permit for the livestock enclosure addition be issued by the Department of Building Safety.
Second the motion.
Thank you, Patrick. Okay, so we've heard different interpretations of the codes, basically, about whether or not the building inspector acted appropriately in requesting more information from the applicant. I mean, ultimately, I have to come down on the side of the IBC as the is the standard that really is in use on this agricultural part of this property. And to me, a clear reading of it gives him the permission to ask for additional information. I understand this is New Hampshire and people don't like to have things dragged out. I fully understand that. But just, not giving us, not providing that information is an issue. And I think we have to find against the applicant.
I mean, it clearly states here in the IBC that he can ask for that detailed cost estimate.
Right? It doesn't say he has to do it up front.
Right.
It's in,
Doesn't say he only, he has to accept whatever they give him. Because what I read here isn't a detailed cost estimate. Any contract I've ever read usually gives you, line by line cost estimates, not just a blanket cost. I'm still amazed that this is going on because a phone call to the developer and a short time on the builder and a short time on his computer could have gotten a cost estimate quite quickly, and we could have been building. It just perhaps seems that way to me, but I don't think we have the right to go against what the code says the building inspector has the ability to do.
Michael, anything? Any
Yeah,
thoughts?
I've been involved on both sides of receiving the contracts and having them issued. And I would expect that even in the basic contract to have more numbers than just the pure cost. There'd be
Bottom line cost.
than just the bottom line cost. You'd expect to have more details, maybe not down to the last light fixture, but something that would say for this type of material or this part of the structure, this would be the cost and this many hours of labor. And I think that's a perfectly reasonable request to have made by the building inspector to say, what is this going to take to do this? How can I make a judgment whether it's going to be done right unless I know more of what's being done? And I've never seen, take that back, I did see one contract come into me for review in a competitive bid. That was pretty much just one price, and that was all. And, the other people all gave me the more detailed, and I was able to make an intelligent selection from the more detailed contracts.
Anything, Jim?
Other than the fact that, based upon evidence that's been submitted and testimony that's been provided here, to the best of my knowledge, the building inspector acted within his ability to do so according to the regulations.
Patrick? Do you prefer Patrick or Pat or you?
Patrick's fine, yeah. Hey, you works.
I'll remember that.
We could strike that if that's all right. Looking at everything here, I think it would be irresponsible of us to set a precedent that we can just use IRC for any structural type in a residential zone. I agree that there are differences between the strict reading of the zoning and what uses are being conducted on the property. And I believe that the application for this should solely fall under IBC and the other agricultural uses as defined very clearly in that code. So I do not think that on this item, the building inspector did anything wrong in this particular case.
We ready to take a vote, folks? Okay, Dee, why don't you call the roll?
Just want to make sure everybody's clear on what they're voting for. You're voting to direct the building permit be issued. Peter Bealow,
No.
Jim Unger,
No.
Michael Murray,
No.
Jim O'Brien,
No.
Patrick Kiley.
No.
Your vote is 0-5-0, and the motion does not pass.
Okay. So let's go into deliberative session on case 23-08. Would somebody make a motion?
I got it handy. I move to grant the appeal of administrative decision of the building inspector as noted in the legal notice as number 23-08 and direct that the building permit for the B House be issued by the Department of Building Safety.
Second.
Thank you. Jim? So I don't see any differences between this and the first case.
Right.
And I think for me, I will lean on my comments and thoughts that I offered on the on 23-07 for this. Does anybody have anything else?
No, I agree. I mean, it's a smaller building, but it's all the same concept. I mean, the building inspector has a right to ask for more detailed estimates.
Okay, we ready? Dee, would you call the roll?
Jim Unger?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure that you do know, again, that you are voting to direct the building inspector to issue the permit. Jim Unger?
No.
Michael Murray?
No.
Jim O'Brien?
No.
Patrick Kiley?
No.
Peter Bealow?
No.
Your vote is 0-5-0. The motion does not pass.
Okay, so we're coming out of deliberative session and going into the second two applications here before us. And I do have them here someplace. So I think Dee's already read them. So unless anyone needs us to reread 2309 and 10, I think we'll go right into your presentation.
Thank you. Going to be very similar to the one that I made with respect to the prior two appeals. So 2309 is an appeal from administrative decision issuing a building permit in two parts as foundation-only permit for a mudroom expansion. On or about April 12th of 2023, the applicant and owner Sweet Hill Farm submitted an application for a building permit to remodel and expand the farmhouse mudroom. On or about April 17th of 2023, the building inspector issued a foundation-only permit dated the same date. It's our position that modifying the requested permit is the equivalent of a denial of the application with respect to those portions of the project that are not included in the foundation-only permit. Sweet Hill Farm takes the position that it properly applied for a building permit for the construction of the mudroom expansion and provided all the required information. In derogation of the town policies and prior procedures and practice, Mr. Foy issued a foundation-only permit, thereby denying the application for those portions of the post-foundation project. Accordingly, Sweet Hill Farm requests that the zoning board, actually the Building Code of Appeals, reverse the decision of the building inspector and remove or vacate the foundation-only permit and issue a full and complete permit of the mudroom expansion. And as on the prior appeals, we're incorporating all the filings that we've made with respect to the application, the memorandum exhibits, as well as the letters from Mr. Kane. Now, we attached a couple of building permits on as Exhibit 2.
We get to that. And that's on
And 3.
application 2309?
Yes.
Okay, exhibition 2, hold on. Exhibit 2, okay.
Okay, so Exhibit 2 is the permit in question, and as you'll note down, halfway down on the permit, it says 24 by 38 Hops Barn Foundation only. Okay?
Honestly, I'll have to take your word for it.
All
My
right.
copy is like unreadable, but I'll take
Okay.
your word for it.
So basically, this is the first time that Mr. Kane and Sweet Hill Farm have run into this situation with respect to permits dealing with any construction at the Sweet Hill Farm. The rules and regulations don't provide for it. The procedures that were adopted by the selectmen don't allow it to issue separately a foundation permit and then have a individual come back and apply. We presume would have to reapply for finishing of the construction of whatever it is that they're going to end up putting on that particular property. In this case, it was for the foundation permit for the hops barn. So we've argued in the memorandum essentially that it's taking us back to an issue that was brought to this board some time ago with respect to the building inspector's issuance of a stop work order on work that was being done on other portions of the property. And in part, he said that there was no permit that had been issued. We did prove that there was actually a permit that was issued. Not only that, but the building inspector took it. But more importantly, the building inspector was requiring a site plan. And the ZBA resolved that particular issue, that the site plan for this particular agricultural use was not required. However, the problem that we're running into here is that from our perspective, the building department is basically back-ending an attempt to try and require a site plan be done, because in order to get further permits to build on the property after the foundation permit, the Sweet Hill Farm would be required to get a site plan to show where all the buildings are listed, so that on the property, so that there's confirmation that the foundation does not violate any of the sidelines, lot lines, et cetera. And that can only be done by a site plan. And so from our perspective, we did include plot plans with the application. That should have been sufficient in and of itself. So basic gist, he shouldn't have to file a foundation-only permit application. Isn't provided for in the rules and regulations and the policies of the town of Plastow. And he shouldn't have to go and then follow up and file a second application, which would require a foundation certification with respect to the site plan.
Do you have a document here that actually says that he'd have to go back and file for a separate building permit for the rest of the structure? Specifically?
Sure. If you go a little bit further on down.
I still can't read it, sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. Some ZBAs end up actually bringing stuff up on a computer screen, and unfortunately, we can't screen share at this particular juncture, but we'll keep that in mind maybe for future reference when we do appear before this board.
I think your applications might actually be on that computer screen right next to you there. Let me look.
This would be 09.
Yeah, this just says you, it's not going to be enough
Oh,
to see which is which. See what I'm saying?
yeah.
That's the bee house, hold on. That's the house farm. We're looking
Page
for.
37.
It doesn't matter. They're both identical.
25?
On 2309, page 37.
Exhibit 7?
Yes.
Okay, is that,
Bottom part of the page.
that's 09, right?
Saying it's
So let's go to page, We're actually going to deal with the building permit, which was filed in 2309.
It's a little bit, you just went past
You
it.
just went past it, yeah.
Page
It's
28.
it's,
2 pages back.
oh, okay.
It's not much better.
Yeah, yours is like mine, so.
All right, so you know what? I'll read it to you. So basically, this is the 09 appeal, and that is for the 3-door garage, 48 by 26 agricultural storage use only, and the designation halfway down that permit says it's for foundation only. Then you go down to the next encapsulized section where it says the following conditions are a part of this permit. A rebar inspection is required before pour. A foundation certification is required before building starts. So that's the document.
Okay. You might want to go to page 37 of your application, at the very bottom. That's an email from Mr. Foy to Mr. Kane. It says, "Hi, Dan, all building permits are issued in 2 parts. The first permit is issued as foundation only. Once we receive a foundation certificate, we issue a second building permit to you for the remainder of the work to be completed." It doesn't say he has to reapply for anything.
I'm sorry, what page of that is he?
37
Thank you.
of the application 2309.
So we never get to the second sentence, though. We're still dealing with the issue of the foundation certification.
Right, now,
Yeah.
foundation certification, who is telling you you have to locate every building on that property?
You don't have to locate every building on the property.
You just said that that was a back way of getting a site plan.
It is because
Foundation certification should only need to show the certification, the foundation you just poured in relation to the lot
Setbacks.
lines, to the setbacks.
so in order to get a foundation, you're going to have to do more engineering. You're I think backing into a site plan requirement. If this said instead of a foundation certification, a plot plan, which is easily done, showing that it does meet the sideline dimensions, the location, and so on and so forth, I don't think we'd have as much trouble with it.
So, but
So
a
what
plot-
engineering is a certification requiring?
Well, engineers got to go out and shoot everything. They've got to put together the numbers, put together a plan, a complete.
Plot plan does the same thing. A surveyor goes out for a plot plan.
Not true. Plot plans, you get a plot plan for about $250, $350.
And oftentimes they show buildings that were knocked down 20 years ago. I used to work on a survey crew. And there are people that will do a plot plan off assessors data and never look at it. But a surveyor will go out there and literally shoot 2 corners of a foundation, tie into his bounds, and give him a certification pretty quickly.
I don't think an engineer is going to do that.
Why?
Why? Because their license is on the line. They've got certain standards in the industry that they have to meet with regards to certification. The amount of engineering and the certification that's involved in a plot plan is a lot different than a certification with respect to a location of
Well,
a.
if you're only asking the engineer, and first of all, it's not an engineer, it's a surveyor. If you're asking the surveyor to certify the location of that foundation, he's not looking at rebar, he's not looking at structure, he's not looking at anything. He's looking at where you put it on the land.
I'm not going to argue the point. I know that we've already looked into it, and it does look to be a very cost prohibitive situation in terms of getting a certification.
4 times the cost. And the plot plan was submitted with the application.
Well, the plot plan shows the proposed location.
Mr. Beeler, I just want to bring us back a little bit because I failed to see how this is applicable to the actual issue at hand, which is whether or not the building inspector is allowed to issue 2-part permits.
Well, that's that too.
Right.
You're correct. You're correct. I think, thank you for being the voice of sanity.
No problem.
And he's the youngest member.
Well, youth helps. So bottom line is there's no authority to allow them to require a 2-part step process with respect to doing a foundation first, certify, and then being allowed to proceed forward. That practice may be a little bit more common in Massachusetts, but I'm not aware of it being here in New Hampshire.
Mr. Belo, again, I think both in the, and this saves a whole nother argument, in both the International Building Code and the International Residential Code, there is a provision that states that the building official is authorized to issue a permit for the constructions of foundations or any other parts of buildings before issuing the rest of the construction documents. I would, what do you have to say for that particular?
If I can add one thing, is you got to read that whole sentence. When all construction documents haven't been supplied. It's a broader sentence than just. In cases where there hasn't been a complete submission, and then there's the risk taking that the applicant assumes the risk that the whole project won't be approved. It's identical language in both.
So I have the information right in front of me. Mr. Belo, do you mind if I read this?
Go ahead.
Okay. So it says, building official is authorized to issue a permit for the construction of foundations or any other part of a building or structure before the construction documents for the whole building or structure have been submitted, provided that adequate information and detailed statements have been filed complying with pertinent requirements of this code. The holder of such permit for the foundation or other part of a building or structure shall proceed at the holder's own risk with the building operation and without assurance that the permit for the entire structure will be granted. That last sentence right there shows that the building department can issue part of a permit without any assurance that the continuing permit will be issued. Now,
Could I just ask what you're reading from for the record?
reading from, this is from IBCA 10733 phase.
I'm sorry, what was it?
Sorry, D. It's IBC 10733. It's titled Phased Approach.
Can you give me a copy of that for the record after
Yes.
the meeting? Thank you.
Can I, where's the assertion that we didn't submit all of the information required?
I'm not making that assertion.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm just saying, where's that? I mean, that's how that applies. When you don't do that, when you make an incomplete submission or an incomplete application. Our application was complete. No one's asserted otherwise.
And this is the first time we're aware of it having been actually applied to any permits in the town of Plastow.
When I built my house in 1995, I was allowed to put my foundation in. And then the building inspector came out and verified that it was where it matched the drawings and I was not in the setbacks. And only then did he issue the building permits for the rest of my house.
So-
Residential.
Well, that's a different situation, okay? So the permits, the way they're drawn up right now, there's a series of inspections which have to take place in order for that to happen. Didn't require that you go out and get a certification. Just that the building inspector would come out and take a look at things and say, does that appear to be where it was based on the documents which have been provided? We did that. We put together a application which included the plot plan showing where it was going to be done. Building inspector should have just come out as he did on every other building up on that property that Mr. Kane has been involved in, and took a look at the foundation, checked it off, then they'd move on to the next. There was no restriction that it's a foundation-only permit.
They're sequential by nature. So you have to have your footings, they get inspected, you have your foundation, that gets inspected, your framing goes up, that gets inspected. Nothing's really happening until the step before it happens. It's already there.
Okay. Any folks have any other questions or comments before we just move it along here a little bit. Not to be done, but do you folks have anything to add?
Yes, in response, and again, we submitted an objection to the board on these two matters. I hope the board has had the opportunity to review them. This is a provision this has been a practice that has been on display and present at the building department since 2003. Every applicant that comes to the town of Plastow Building Department for a building permit application sees a placard. It is on the desk prominently stating, you must apply for and obtain a foundation permit and submit a foundation certifications prior to the issuance of a building permit. It goes on to state otherwise, but it has been prominently on display since 2003 for 20 years. Not the town meeting, not the building board of selectmen, not any builder in this community has challenged that practice in 20 years. Now, I will note for the record, we do challenge the standing here and whether or not Mr. Kane is even aggrieved sufficient to be able to bring this appeal here. Because as it relates specifically to the mudroom, Mr. Foy told me today that not only he was given a foundation permit, and this has been the practice in the town, if it is clear at the foundation inspection that the structure itself is clearly outside of applicable setbacks, then he waives Mr. Foy waives the requirement for a foundation certification. Not only has that been the practice, and it's really on close calls where a foundation certification is typically required. Is it right along the setback, something along those lines? That has not only been the practice in this community, but it's a practice that Mr. Foy has done with Mr. Kane. He did it with the mudroom in this case. The foundation build permit was issued, the footing was put in, and he's actually constructed the thing. I don't know why we're here. He's not aggrieved by this policy as it relates to the mudroom. So respectfully, I'm just baffled as why we're taking up your time tonight on hypotheticals. And to answer the overall question, would a fully engineered site plan be necessary? Absolutely not. Planning board's got criteria and requirements for a full site plan that fall well short of just having a surveyor identify where a structure is in relation to the lot lines. This is not an onerous or an unreasonable request on the part of the building department. It's been one that's been in existence without objection for 20 years. Now, I will note, under New Hampshire law, a regulation or policy that has been in existence for more than 5 years is deemed, there is a conclusive presumption of validity, that it was enacted appropriately. Why is that? Is because the longer something's been in existence, the harder you're going to find specific records as to its enactment. So that's RSA 31-126, a conclusive presumption after 5 years. This has been in existence for 20. So this policy is conclusively deemed valid and enforceable. Not only that, but the building inspector doesn't need the authority of the select board or the town meeting as it relates to this. As is reflected in our submittal, the building code provides substantial discretion to the building inspector as to what he can require as part of a completed building permit application. The identification of construction drawings is a defined term under both the IBC and the IRC, and it means written, graphic, and pictorial documents prepared or assembled for describing the design, location, and physical characteristics of the elements of a project necessary for obtaining a building permit. The building inspector is charged with, in the first instance, ensuring that projects that are being constructed are done in accordance with the zoning ordinance. The requirement of somebody to provide a foundation certification prior to allowing for the sticks of a structure to go up is part of that function. And why is that? Because 20 years ago, when there were actually problems associated with issuing a building permit right out of the gate. There were a couple of builders that went and put up an entire structure, didn't order their foundation inspection within a setback where they said they were in a location different from where they said they were. What does that require? It requires a lot of uncertainty. It requires a lot of wasted money, and it requires the involvement of the ZBA because variances are necessary. This process and policy is intended to avoid that. Now, if Mr. Kane goes and constructs these structures, one of which he's already constructed, where he says he's going to, and it's clear it's outside of the setbacks, Mr. Foy has already represented, and I am representing on a recorded public hearing that he is going to waive that requirement. I don't see how he's aggrieved here.
Can I ask one question?
Absolutely.
The mudroom's constructed,
It's not finished,
but it's there, the structure's there?
yeah,
Then why am I even reading this article?
because this was done in May.
Okay.
And it just got continued. And Mr. Foy has never come to me and said, hey, I'm waiving this.
It's in
I
our
mean,
response.
someone has to tell me. You know, I'm not looking to pick fights I don't have to pick, but how are you going to communicate?
And there,
And it's not final. It hasn't been final inspected. I don't know what's going to happen. No,
Well, we're talking about just issuing you a building permit.
What's that?
But my motion is about issuing you a building permit for a structure that's already been constructed.
Well, because I don't, but I don't have that building permit.
Okay?
I don't have that second part. All I have is a foundation only. That's all I have. I don't have a building permit.
So when you finished that foundation,
Yep,
did you call Mr. Foy to come and do his foundation inspection?
absolutely. He's made every inspection that,
And at that point, why wasn't the rest of the building permit issued?
It was.
It was issued.
After the foundation inspection was completed, that the rest of the building permit was issued. You wouldn't be able to proceed with building the rest of the structure had it not been.
To me, leaving this in here is like just having more ammunition to complain about.
I don't have another building permit. You're telling me it was issued? Where is it?
Do you guys have another copy of that? That the town can provide, say, tomorrow, if we don't have it in hand today?
Next week. No,
I'm sorry?
Next week, maybe. Not open.
Oh, today's Thursday. Town hall's closed Friday. I apologize. I keep forgetting that. Monday? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
And to be clear, the town doesn't require the resubmittal of a new application.
I understand
They
it.
just give authorization to proceed.
Right. Is that sufficient for you folks as far as just the, whatever it is,
Mudroom.
mudroom?
So here's a problem. It's going to obviously be a recurring issue. This was originally fought,
We're dealing with two requests, and that's all I'm dealing with. We don't set policy on this board, so please don't ask me to. We don't set policy for the town of Plastow. I do recognize that there appears to be a communications problem, for lack of a better term, between the building inspector's office and this applicant, and I would hope that they can solve it in the future.
well, part of the problem is that these actions which are being taken are not in any type of written form, or an applicant's expected to go and look at the IBC or the IRC at some particular juncture. That's why presumably the Board of Selectmen back in 20, I don't recall the year that they approved the 2017, I think it was the initial policies and whatnot, did what they did. So if someone, again, is subject to the discretion and whim of the building inspector saying, I'm going to waive that if it's not a problem from my viewpoint, what's the benchmark? How do we know what satisfies him or what doesn't satisfy him? There's got to be some sort of written rule that any applicant, not just Mr. Kane, but anyone who goes in is able to determine, am I going to be required to do a certification? Two, since this isn't in writing, there's still no notification to Mr. Kane or Sweet Hill Farm that there was a formal authorization. I mean, technically, I suppose the building inspector could get right to the point where he goes in to do the final inspection and saying, well, you didn't follow the process in coming up with a foundation certification, so I'm not going to give you your sign off on the final
I
permit.
think we're trying to avoid that here.
Right.
Okay.
Now, we were just told that there's been a sign in the building department for 20 years saying that it's a two-part process. That's not enough notification?
No,
And it is written on the permit as well when you get it, and I assume you have to read that and someone signs it. So when they hand that to you, I would assume that's notification that it's a two-part process on top of the sign that's in the building department's office.
well, no, it's a little bit different when they start filling information on the between the two sections as to sort of the foundation permit only, certification required. That doesn't appear on it as part of the format of the printed building permit. Going down, the conditions met as part of this permit, on page 41, it shows. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 inspections, including a final inspection, but none of it contingent on a foundation certification. That's the problem. And I suspect that in most cases, the permits are issued without that requirement on it. I know that Mr. Kane did take a look through the back files, and the only ones more recently that he can locate are the ones that apply to Sweet Hill Farm. It's focused right on the farm for one reason or another. So we're looking for some sort of a guidepost that everyone can rely on.
Well, can we ask the building department? Who does that apply to?
Applies to everybody unless it is clear when the foundation is poured.
A little louder, please.
Sorry about that. It applies to everybody unless it is identified when the foundation is poured that it's clearly outside of applicable setbacks.
And is that conveyed to somebody up front? Like if you have a person putting a building on that is hundreds of feet from the setback, is that conveyed up front, that will be waived or can be waived?
That the opportunity for waiver is available
Right.
after the fact. I mean, it's not in the placard that is at the window for the building department.
Right.
But I don't see why it can't be added. We can do that Monday.
Don't limit yourself to Monday. That's the first day back after a weekend. Take time and do it right.
You assume that I take weekends off.
No, I don't assume you do, but I assume that Mr. Foy does.
I don't either.
Pardon me?
I don't either. I have 2 jobs.
Whatever. I'm trying to cut you just a touch of slack on this. So, don't argue with me.
That can be added by the end of the month, by
Sure,
30 days.
sure.
So this works well prospectively, but we're still dealing with a retroactive action here.
Well, in one case we are, and I'm not sure we are in the other case. So we already have this structure is either under construction or done. So again, I'm not sure why we're hearing that.
Well, again, it was originally filed before anything had been done.
Right. You had ample opportunity along the way to withdraw that.
We've received letters that had to have taken hours to author, yet someone could have sent an email saying, hey, the mudroom's done.
Well, we agree. That's something that the building inspector, he should have some procedure in place which says, okay, we had required a foundation-only permit. If I don't require one, I'm going to send him an email. He didn't, and there's no procedure in place.
And there's no permit.
Well, he said,
And I get it, what he's going to do, and I'm fine, okay, but I don't have one.
I'm confused. Hold on. Let
Because
me
it
ask
says
a
a
point of
foundation-only permit.
let me ask a point of clarification here. Has the foundation been poured?
Yes,
Has the building on top of the foundation been erected?
yes,
And did the building inspector come and inspect that foundation?
yes.
He's saying he did. You say he
Yeah, he
did.
did.
Okay.
And was the second part of that permit issued and the construction done?
The second part of the permit was never issued.
That's not, so there's a contention between you
Yeah, he's
folks.
saying
I'm
it's
just,
issued.
I'm just saying. Okay.
I don't have it. It was never presented to me.
He's been out for 3 inspections
No question.
On the structure.
on that particular structure.
And he's signing off on the foundation-only permit. But that second part of the permit where we're permitted, all it says is foundation only.
Upon information and belief that there is an actually signed building permit as it relates to the mudroom, I can stipulate that, Wednesday next week? By Wednesday next week, if there is not a written document to that effect, it'll be provided to Mr. Kane. To the extent it's not clear that there is no issues and no requirement for a foundation certification as to the structure. To the extent 3 inspections was not sufficiently clear on that.
But as,
And it will be not mailed, it'll be hand delivered. I don't want to delay this anymore.
Right.
I mean, post office is, even in town, it's 2 days, 3 days.
It may even be in the pile of pickup, because we have a pile that thick of permits that people don't even bother to come and pick up once they're notified to come and pick them up.
Okay.
but now, in light
You can
of,
agree that it'll be hand delivered by Wednesday.
in light of all these facts we're learning, to me, my motion for 2309 should be withdrawn.
You haven't made one yet?
Didn't we open it up?
No, we're not in
Be-
deliberation yet.
Before
Never
we do
mind
it,
then. I thought I read it.
No,
before we do that,
yes.
page 28 of the 2309 submission.
28, you said?
Yeah, page 28.
Just give me 1 minute.
That's right, with the last one I
The
got.
one I can't read, yes. I'm sorry, it's
Okay.
not on you. The color of the form is not conducive to being copied.
I agree, which usually it actually didn't scan very well either.
Yeah.
But between the 2 blocks, the top portion of the permit and the bottom portion, it says foundation only. So that's what Mr. Kane is referring to. The building permit was issued for foundation only. A new permit would have had to issue for the rest of the work. Did the rest of the work continue? We agree that it did. However, it just goes to the arbitrary and capricious nature of the building inspector doing whatever he wants without having procedures in place so that everyone knows exactly what's required of them. To us, it requires a second permit be acquired for the balance of the work.
I understand what you're saying, and if I may, building inspector is asserting that this second permit was drawn up. For whatever reason, the building department makes people pick up things at town, or at the annex. It may be in his stack of things people haven't picked up. And that's not a good excuse, and I'm not done yet. So at the very minimum, I would have thought that anytime the building inspector came out to do subsequent inspections, having approved the remainder of the construction, one way or another, he should have at a minimum crossed out foundation only and signed and dated that. Would you agree with me on that?
I won't
It's a
disagree.
remedy.
I won't disagree, but the problem is we're talking about uniform applications.
I understand. But if the process of the building inspector is to issue foundation only, and then upon inspection of the foundation, issue the remainder, it seems like they might be doing that. It's an issue of how to get that the second building permit to the person doing the construction.
Okay, so how do we handle the situation then if for some reason Mr. Foy leaves his position, no longer operating as the building inspector, someone new comes in? Because we dealt with this issue with respect to the some of the early permits.
Yes, you did.
So someone new comes in and says, well, you only had a foundation-only permit. I'm issuing a stop work order. We have no basis to stand on the position that Mr. Foy, who was a preceding inspector, came out and he allowed for each item to to sequentially take place in order after the footings, foundation, wiring inspection, and so on and so forth.
And I believe Mr. Kane said he's been signing those sections.
He has been.
He has been signing
No,
those
no,
sections.
I know,
So if
but
he's signing those sections, it's common sense that that's what he.
we're talking about the law, though. Law doesn't have a
Bill
lot of
said you
common
cross
sense.
out
Good point.
foundation only, you initial it, and you sign the rest of it.
Well, maybe if we can take a break after we take the we're doing both combined now, right? The
Yes.
09 and 10.
I'd like to do that.
Okay, so there's not much difference between the two other than the hops barn, though. Hasn't been constructed,
Okay.
okay? So same arguments that we argued for the 2309 applies to the 2310. So that's still very active.
So-
Again, it's a foundation-only permit.
Has the foundation been poured?
So for what it's worth, so I've not only been doing zoning and planning things here forever, I also worked in industry for 50 odd years, and I do mean odd years. And I don't think I've met a manufacturing process or procedure that was in notebooks, in computers, that folks on the production floor had to follow, that was absolutely correct. And it's not an excuse, it's just reality when you're dealing with people, that there's no such thing as a bulletproof process and procedure. Doesn't happen anywhere. And I think what we're seeing tonight is, on this 2309 in particular, we've fallen into the crack. So that's just my opinion.
Did you want something you
I
wanted to
just wanted to
address?
add one thing, is with respect to the practice of this kind of bifurcated. In 2018, I applied for 2 building permits. The author of the practice, as I said in one of my letters, actually issued me the permits. The person whose name is on the practice, the placard, if you will, issued me another permit. No foundation certification, they just issued me the permits as is, and I built the buildings according to the permits. So when I come and look for things, they're on the building, they're hundreds of feet back from a setback. 2 garages that I have going up now. The building inspector said, I'm gonna waive it. Now, all of a sudden, I'm building a hops barn and a 12 by 12 mudroom, and I need a foundation certification. That's what drives me a little bonkers, And I am a slave to process. I've spent years in business. I know how things are supposed to work. That's what it is. It's not here to pick a fight, but it's like, if you're going to issue these things, just issue them. If you're going to otherwise issue them without foundation certifications, issue the permits. You're coming out and seeing everything anyways and inspecting. And if the plot plans, which are all filed with this, show these buildings hundreds of feet from setbacks, what's the point? If the foundation was 2 feet over, does it matter?
Well, actually, about a year ago now, we had one where a foundation for the Rock Church, actually near you, was poured, 20 or 30 feet
It
from
was
where.
in the setback. I'm talking, we've got hundreds
You know,
of feet here. This
right.
is, we're nowhere close.
And that was on the surveyor, by the way.
Yeah.
He took full ownership on that.
So,
But these things do happen.
So,
That's just the situation.
right, but you mentioned that the building inspector has already waived that certification requirements for some things. And so have you asked him if that's a possibility on this one, given that it's,
Why would you waive it there? I'm not the public servant. Why would you waive it there and then just put them in place? Why wouldn't you just waive them for all the things? They're the same. It's the same
because
situation.
you can't just blanket waive and never have the certification again.
but
Because some people try to put their buildings 6 inches from the setback.
But it's not a blanket waiver, it's on a plot plan. When you come out to look at the survey, you know right where it is.
Well, I'm saying in your case, but we can't treat you, or he can't treat you differently than someone else. If he requires it to be certified where the foundation is. That's because some people need that certification. But he has the ability to waive that, as they just stated.
Yeah, I guess that's not what the policy says. He's,
Yeah, but
he's-
Selectmen set policy, but the building inspector sets
You
the
just said he's
procedure.
waived some for you.
He did.
Right, so
How am I to know that he's going to waive the next one or
by
the next one?
talking to him about where it is and whether it really needs a
That's not-
certification.
Hey, you know the environment I'm in. That's not going on. That's just not going on.
Well, we need to fix that.
Well,
agree.
Yeah, we agree, but I haven't been treated too well, and this isn't treating me too well. So,
Want me to call a recess?
That would be great if you would.
for a couple of minutes.
Sure, we're 5-minute recess, folks. Toilets are downstairs. So, water fountains. Okay, we are out of recess. Anyhow,
Thank you. So we've had an opportunity to talk things over with both the building inspector and his counsel, and I think that we've come to an agreement which will allow us to withdraw the two appeals of 2009 and 2010.
no, I'm going to make you go forward. No, I'm just kidding.
But I'm going to defer to Attorney Mayor to give the specifics of what we're doing, and for the most part, to a large degree, case-specific for these two appeals, but they're going to implement some other procedures.
So we hear the applicant on the issue associated with the policy in general. So within 30 days from tonight, we are going to amend it to make express the opportunity for a waiver in the event that upon a foundation inspection, it's clear that the structure is outside of applicable setbacks, as well as to address the impact of whether a second building permit application is necessary and whether a second building permit will be issued once that is done to proceed. So that's dealing with prospective issues. We hear the applicant on that. We're going to try to address the uncertainty the best that we can. On the mudroom expansion, we're going to go back and look and see if a building permit was issued for the sticks associated with the structure. We believe that there is, but to the extent there is not, we will be issuing one. Mr. Kane has said that we don't have to hand deliver it, so we will. I will probably be sending him and his counsel an email with it, or the building inspector will. And if he so desires, I can make a phone call as well.
With all due respect, if the board doesn't mind, I want that hand delivered as soon as possible. No more delays of post office or anything like that. And I don't think you can email a building permit. But, I mean, maybe scan it.
Yeah, they could scan it.
Yeah, but it'll come out
Better
like,
scanner than we have here.
come out like the ones that we have here in our packet. So I really want to make sure this is done right and as quickly as possible.
We appreciate that.
Okay, you folks good with that?
Sure.
Okay.
But we can, building inspector usually doesn't, but we can do it on this occasion, certainly.
Thank you so much.
And then there's the issue of the hops barn. So I've said earlier, and I will reiterate for the record, that Mr. Kane has provided a plot plan as to where that hops barn is going to be located. If that hops barn is constructed where he says it's going to be, then which is clearly outside of all applicable setbacks, then Mr. Floyd will give a waiver of the foundation certification requirement and issue a building permit allowing for him to proceed with constructing the sticks portion of the structure.
Okay. So once the foundation's in, Mr. Foy will take a look at it, just bless it and issue the rest of the building permit. Okay. And you folks are good with that?
Yes, based on those representations, we're willing to withdraw those two appeals, 2023-09 and 23-10.
I appreciate everybody being willing to chat, and I hope this is a harbinger of better things to come as far as communications amongst our very valuable farms and the building inspector, both ways.
We agree.
Okay? So we're done here?
I believe we're done. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you very much for the
Thank you.
board's
Thank you so much. And folks, I'm sorry you had to see how the sausage was made. But
time. Thank you all.
Education, that's a good thing.
give me a minute to get myself straight before you call the next one, Z.
A lot of paper to move over to the other side here.
Oh, and don't forget, Peter, we still didn't approve the minutes from the last meeting.
Yeah, we got that here.
And I'm going to look up Slovenian Bee House too, by the way. When I get home.
I'd say we can let
I'm sorry, what?
we can leave the approval of the meeting minutes. We can leave the approval of the previous meeting minutes till the end of the meeting so that we
yeah,
can get
get
all
these
these
people
folks
home.
through and out.
Yeah, I just don't want it to be forgotten, that's all.
I'll put the next one up on the.
Okay. We're just getting the visuals up. It'll just be a second before we're ready to rock and roll again.
Hey, those I collected this time.
Even there, I don't think we asked for a rehearing. Maybe the first two, I doubt it. Okay, we are live again. Dee, you ready to call the next case?
Continued from August 31st, 2023, case number 23-11, a request from Josh Manning, Lewis Builders Development, Inc., for a variance from Article 5, Section 220-32.f.c, paren 1, paren b, to allow a property to be subdivided into two parcels with less than the required 200 feet of frontage for each parcel. Two parcels are proposed to have 157.6 feet and 157.7 feet of frontage. The property is located at 17 Harriman Road, tax map 50, lot 78, in the LDR zoning district. Gerald E. Holt is the property owner of record.
Before we get going, I'd like to make a short statement. So the zoning board has heard similar proposals on this property in the past. This is a brand-new hearing. Nothing we've heard in the past has any bearing on this hearing. We're starting from scratch. Capiche?
I'm not sure I agree with that, Mr. Chairman. This is because of a
I'm sorry, could I get your name for the record, please?
Sure. Patricia Panciaco. I represent the applicant, Mr. Holt.
I do have a letter in the file that allows representation.
Yes.
Awesome.
The reason we're here this evening is due to an unknown snafu, as I understand it, with the creation of the abutters list. And that's the only reason we're here. We have a final order from the Housing Appeals Board that we have not relinquished, but we're here to allow the one abutter that was omitted from that list inadvertently to be heard.
I disagree with that.
Okay.
We're here to hear this case from the beginning because for whatever reason, your company failed to tell all the abutters.
That is absolutely false. There was and I can't speak to that directly. I know there was a discussion between Lewis Builders and the town, and there was a setting on the GIS website that I understand needed to be adjusted. And the one abutter who has 1 point on the corner of her land was inadvertently omitted due to the scale being adjusted. It was an electronic error. It was not an error by my office.
Well, irrespective,
That, Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, maybe.
Speak to that. I took the application in.
Okay.
The application was delivered by Lewis Builders. There was no discussion with me and Lewis Builders on how to develop the abutters list. And it's my understanding there were 4 that were omitted. Not just one.
Okay.
I know one.
So we're either here to do this from scratch or we're not doing it. Your choice.
We'll do it from scratch and get done here tonight.
Okay.
And hopefully everything will be fine. But that's the only reason we elected to come before the board, to redo this, to give the 1 or 4 people that were omitted an opportunity to be heard.
So I believe, if I could speak for the board here, we're hearing this as a new hearing.
I will accept your position, but I'm not going to necessarily agree with that because that was not my understanding. So I will move forward based on that, and we'll see how things go.
I'm not sure about this. We'll see how things go.
Well, maybe council has something to say about that. I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that we take a recess and close this meeting for a period so that we can consult with our
Let's do that.
council and then
Let's
come
do
back.
That would be fine.
Sorry, guys, 5 more minutes. It should be quick. I Back on. I hope everybody appreciates the calorie burning opportunities we've given you tonight. It's frankly highly unusual for us to do that. I'm glad you all would bear with us. So, a couple of things. Your application has new evidence in it.
New evidence.
There's a traffic study that was added.
Accidents.
Accidents.
That was submitted to the board in a prior application.
I don't recall that.
It was, Mr. Chairman. It might have been with a rehearing letter, but it was submitted to the board.
Okay.
There is nothing new.
Okay. Nonetheless, when an issue comes up with a butter notice, there's no mechanism we're aware of that allows just that abutter to be heard. Those abutters who weren't here deserve to hear the whole hearing and participate in the whole hearing.
Yep.
So we're either going to start from scratch tonight and do it, or if you're not prepared, or it's a late hour, we're very willing to continue this to the next meeting. It's your choice.
I'm prepared to go through the whole application with
Okay.
you.
Okay.
But for the record, I do think it's important that we put on the record what occurred here. And I'd like Heidi to come up and explain this to the board and why we're here and why we chose to come back to the board, because we agree that all the abutters should be heard.
Good evening, Heidi Tomborello, Tomba.
I got it.
We've met before. I'm legal counsel at Lewis Builders, and I was actually a participant in preparing the initial application for the the equal frontage variance last year, 2022. And when we participated in that, we went on the GIS website, pulled off the abutters list. It had a 0 foot frontage radii, essentially, and that can be found in the evidence when it was actually submitted with the application. That was what the GIS website defaulted to, okay? And that's why originally those 4 or 5, I believe it's 5 abutters, for the initial unequal frontage variance that was not successful, got the notice. For whatever reason in 2022, that website generated a 0 foot radius, and then they didn't get those 5 abutters didn't get the notice. And then when we went to the planning board, was it earlier this year or late last year? I believe it was in 2023. It was earlier this year, excuse me. For whatever reason, now when you go on the GIS website, it seriously is back to 100 feet, which is how those 5 abutters, including the Martins, received notice for our planning board application. As we were going through the planning board application, the Martins notified us that they never received notice of the equal frontage variance application before you folks.
Okay.
That application is what actually ultimately, and you folks denied it. I believe it was a 2-3 vote. We appealed it to the HAB. The HAB ultimately ruled in our favor. However, the Martins and 4 other abutters did not receive their proper notice for that hearing. So what we're trying to do is essentially reopen the record and allow those abutters that did not get to participate in that full hearing to participate in it.
The only part of that I believe I disagree with
Okay.
is that we're not reopening it. We are starting from scratch, because while the housing court made a ruling, that ruling was based on, in part, in a butters list, which was not valid. And that invalidates the whole thing.
I would agree with you, except for the fact that these abutters are in opposition to, hold on, let me just finish. Let me finish.
I mean, if they
Mr.
agree with
Velo.
you, they're not going to say anything.
No, they're disagreeing with our application. They were ultimately on the same side of what you 5 decided. So whatever they said that day would not have changed the outcome at this level. So that's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, but you can't speak for them. So
I'm not
thank you.
speaking for them, but they can speak today for themselves. They're here and they've received notice, and they can put essentially their arguments on the record, and your folks' vote may or may not still be the same, but we have that HAB tea leaves essentially that we can still read, is what I'm trying to point out. And ultimately, I think piggybacking on some of the arguments that were made in the last case, let's not waste everybody's time here. If
Thank
we
you.
ultimately know how the HAB is going to rule, they're going to rule against the abutters that are here to object.
Again, I'm not going to take that for granted. I'm sorry, but we're starting from scratch.
One other question, Pete.
Yes.
We also have a voting member who I don't think was here for the full,
That's correct.
so he
That-
doesn't
so-
even, he's expected to vote, and he doesn't even have the whole background of the case.
Correct.
Can't say I didn't try. So
You're representing your client well.
thank you. I appreciate that. I just wanted to give the full picture, and I also wanted this board to know that there was no malicious intent on Lewis Builders to exclude any abutters.
I'm sure.
I just want to make that abundantly clear on the record and for anybody at home watching.
Not many properties have 30 godzillion abutters.
Yes. It becomes a little complicated. All right, thank you.
So my name is Patricia Panciaco. You've seen me before. I'm here representing Gerald Holt, who owns 17 Harriman Road, tax map 50, lot 78. The premises are located in the LDR zone, and we have requested a variance from Article 5, Section 220-32F dot C, parentheses 1, parentheses small b, to allow a reduction in the required frontage to create a two-lot subdivision. The property it includes 49.3 acres, 315 feet of frontage along Harriman Road. And as stated, the applicant is proposing a two-lot subdivision. Both lots will meet the area requirements of the LDR. The frontage of one lot will be 157.6 feet. The other will be 157.7. The premises are located in a strictly residential area. Until the late 80s, the area was zoned MDR that at that time required 150 feet of frontage. This appears to be the only parcel in the area that wasn't subdivided that has frontage on Harriman Road prior to the zoning change. And this is the fourth time the request has been here. It was granted in 96 and expired, and no improvements were proposed with that approval. The second application was denied. It had different lengths of frontage. One was proposed to have 214.8 feet. The other one was 100.4. That application was denied. When it was appealed, the housing board denied the application because the town's form didn't have the right standard for hardship. So we came back again on August 10th of 2022. The ZBA granted 4 prongs of the application that were satisfied and denied the hardship. That was on August 25th, and that's the hearing where the abutters were missed. We have reversed that appeal and granted the variance. And no rehearing was requested within 30 days. As Heidi mentioned, it came to everyone's attention too late that the abutters had been overlooked. So, here we are again. And I think she's covered the procedural issue that we encountered here. As with the case with the second and third application, this application also proposes site work, vegetation removal, grading, a site easement, site distance easement being granted to the town to improve the distance that you can see when you come around the curve in front of Mr. Holt's property, where various residents have reported it's difficult to see. The goal here is to improve the visibility for all people traveling Harriman Road is part of a two-lot subdivision approval. A detailed plan, and I'm not sure how to change this.
It's not on there.
The plans aren't on here?
I don't think so. Let me check. Let me check.
It would be good if Mr.
Let me check.
Kelly could see the plans. I don't know how to mess it up.
Are they included in the packet here?
They do have it in fact.
Yeah, I can see everything in the packet. Thank you.
There you go, do
All
that
right,
slide
let's see if
thing.
we can find a plan.
Ooh, those look like plans.
How's that?
Look at that. Love it when technology works. It's so rare.
That is pretty awesome. Okay, and so if we look at this plan, you can see that all the lots on either side of Mr. Holt's property, for the most part, have the 150 feet frontage. If you come down to the next plan here, this shows a close-up of the area. This is the belly that Mr. Holt has along the frontage of his property on Harriman Road. If you look at the straight black line that goes across and kind of slices that off, that area is to be cleared, graded, and the level brought down. I believe when it was reviewed by Peach Nordstrom, he requested it be taken down a couple additional feet lower than was proposed originally to accommodate any kind of snow storage that may be required along that area of the road. But by doing so, what you have here is when a vehicle comes out of the proposed driveway, in the area where the topography is shown as more steep, next to the lot where the house is located, there is sight distance in both directions that complies with AASHTO, which is, I believe, what the town adheres to. All of this work is proposed as part of the planning board approval process if the variance is granted to improve visibility and sight distance. This plan was explained in great depth and prepared by Jones and Beach in previous hearings. And it had a very lengthy Peach Nordstrom review that was also included in the package that we submitted to the town. And I believe that, yes, that's Exhibit C. Mr. Peach went through this with a fine-tooth comb, added some additional conditions, and then supported this as a good solution for this section of Harriman Road where the topography, I think, changes as well as the curve is present. So, although the ZBA did agree during the prior hearing that this would improve sight distance, it did find in its decision that the applicant had not met the unnecessary hardship standard, which was the sole issue on which there was a disagreement. So, what is most important to notice here, and what's most important of the hardship test, is to recognize the unique characteristics of this property. If you look at it in relation, let's see what I can find here, maybe on the tax map here. Mr. Holt's property is down at the bottom. You can see it's the larger one, lot 78. All the other surrounding areas are residential. Most of the lots are very small. There are some that are larger. It looks like they're larger because they may be more wetlands or whatever. But the area is pretty well developed. His property is a very unusual shape. It's 49.3 acres, much larger than other properties in the area. It has one access along the frontage, right there where his house is. Lot 78 is down at the bottom of his plan. It is also surrounded by essentially all non-conforming lots because they were all created before the zoning change. So we also submitted previously, and it's not in this package, copies of all the plans that created all the surrounding lots. They all predate that change in zoning. Our position is that the 350 feet of frontage, because it can't comply with the greater frontage of the LDR, prevents any reasonable use of the rear acreage because we can't separate it to utilize the rear acreage when the house needs its own separate lot. From our position, imposing 200 feet of frontage on Mr. Holt's property, the only one in the neighborhood who's being forced to comply with the LDR because of this timing snafu, this creates a unnecessary hardship. All the other lots are 150 feet of frontage. They're not overcrowded, which is a purpose of frontage, is to prevent overcrowding. Frontage also makes sure you have safe emergency access into the dwellings located on the property. There aren't problems with emergency services accessing any of the lots in the area that we're aware of. And there really is no overcrowding. There's plenty of space between the homes that are in this area. In other words, it's not necessary for there to be 200 feet of frontage on a new lot here to do a two-lot subdivision to accomplish the public purpose of avoiding overcrowding and ensuring safe emergency access. And Mr. Holt should not be forced to bear this burden all alone. He's the only one on this road that's in this situation. The use of the property, we say, is also reasonable because the use is permitted. People are allowed to subdivide their property and use it in accordance with the zoning ordinance. We proposed that any new home that's built on the second lot will be set back 235 feet at a minimum from the road to make sure there is no overcrowding and to keep it away from the property owners' homes.
But as far as the operation and what we've had to deal with over the past, I'd say, 18 months to 2 years now, it's been a nightmare. It's really been difficult. And it's really turned our opinion of where we live into a nice, pleasant place to something that we're not even really sure we want to stay too much longer. You know, and now I have concerns about, okay, maybe we want to put the house up for sale. Well, now I'm afraid I'm going to have a depreciated value because we got a house next door that is decrepit and deteriorating. And if I was looking at a house and I saw a neighbor like that, it would turn me away. You know?
Okay.
So I've said everything I had to say. I waited a long time to say it. Thank you for listening to me tonight. I hope we can come to a solution that everybody is amicable.
Kudos to all of you for hanging in there.
Yep.
So do you folks want to decide this tonight or actually take a look at the file for 14 Spinney? I'd opt for seeing how long this has been an issue. And the only way to do that is to pull the file.
I agree, only because
It's he said, she
it
said.
sounds like we're only seeing a very small part of
Right.
what's here. I mean, I'm kind of disappointed because the entire application was written as though one disabled woman was living there, and now we find out, well, of course, the husband has to live there too. So, well,
You can't,
so-
I'm sorry, you can't shout out.
because even that makes a difference. One person versus two people, that's a big difference.
Right. What do the rest of you folks think?
Now, what would be, this, examining the file, I'm not sure how that's done. I've never had to do that before. Do we get together and then the files?
At the next meeting, we'll have the copy of, we'll have the whole file for 14 Spinney from the building inspector's department.
Okay, so we'll be for the next meeting, we don't have to go to anywhere else into the town, okay?
Nope. Yes.
I do question, you and I know each other from a long time. I used to be a selectman. I used to be on the boards. I know all of it, a lot of it as well. I haven't kept away from it. I do think, in all due respect, you're overstepping going into code enforcement. I came for this one particular piece of the pie that we are in with the town attorney as well. And so we have certain things that we are required to do. I'm not trying to force your hand. I'm just trying to say, for all of that negative and the whatever, it could be a he said, she said, but we're asking for the camper. It is Mr. Voy's job to continue, and the town attorneys and our attorney working back and forth to make sure that everything has been in compliance and done to what the town has asked us to do. So to look at old pictures as opposed to current, of where I could show you, I can't take it off my phone, I'm not that good, but I have a video that I just recently, as of Monday, today's Thursday, Monday, sent them to show them the progress of what they wanted. Some of it is not even relevant. Everything is registered. People are allowed certain things on their properties, whether you don't like it, I don't like it. I mean, it is a given that it is still New Hampshire. We are still supposed to be live free or die. And at the same token, I have tried very hard not to slam everything that they've done too. Many of the abutters around there didn't feel as though they needed to come. They don't want to get involved. They know that that situation is there, but they're not here because they're like, it's working. It's working. And it's not just, yes, should she give up her husband? Okay, they're sleeping in the house. The part about the tree that fell, well, of course lights went on. I've never denied that they have sometimes. There's a whole lot more, but it's this piece in order for us to continue to go on compliant. Other than that, there's nowhere for her to go. They can say other families, but it isn't always that simple.
I'm, again, unless somebody on this board disagrees, I'm going to continue this till next month. And we're going to ask that a copy of the bill, of the file from the.
So do we need to come back next month?
If you wish.
date, time, place of continuance to make it official. I
Sure.
don't have my phone with me, so I can't give you a date. I'm sorry.
I don't have it handy.
Um,
It's not in here.
It's
Before,
on the bottom of your sheet that has your procedures on it that you almost read before.
That I almost read.
Could I just say one thing?
Sure.
Is there any way that we could go first next month? Because I don't have.
It would be first.
I don't have
Absolutely.
anybody. Clearly, I have nobody to watch my children.
It would absolutely be first.
We don't have family around here either.
Last Thursday is October 26th. Is that?
That's it. So it would be October 26th. Same time,
That's my son's birthday.
6:30.
Don't
Don't say same time.
6:30 p.m.
10:30 tonight.
Same here at Town Hall.
Here at Town Hall, in the same room.
I have 2 letters from neighbors, but they're not signed.
He's
'cause-
just continued the meeting,
Oh,
so
sorry.
We'll do it next month. Okay. Go, if you go home
and there will
here.
be no additional notification other than this is official. It'll be posted on the website, but you won't get another mailing.
Right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you guys for all hanging in. What? I don't make judgment calls like that.
Just 2 orders of business left with the board.
Yep.
One is to please the minutes from October 31st. August 31st.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have it here someplace. Okay, does everybody make a motion on the minutes of August 31st?
Yeah, I move
2023.
that we approve the minute meetings from the August 31st, 2023 meeting.
I'll second it.
There you go. Any discussion?
Nope, looked good to me.
Dee, why don't you call the roll?
Jim O'Brien,
Yes.
Patrick Kiley,
yes.
Peter Belo,
I abstain. I wasn't here.
Jim Unger,
Yes.
Michael Murray.
Yes.
Your vote is 4-0-1 and motion passes. The other thing is we have the final reading of the proposed zoning amendment changes.
Yep.
This is the second and final reading, and then the motion would be to adopt the changes. There's 3 sections that are being suggested for change. One is a new section that would follow after the section on meetings regarding training. This is a whole new section. Members of the board are expected to keep up to date with changes in local ordinances and New Hampshire RSAs. Therefore, each member is required to attend at least one approved training session during each 3-year term as a member or as an alternate member of the board, providing that approved training is available. The cost, if any, for member training opportunities shall be covered by the town. Members may seek training on their own, but must have it pre-approved by the board as an appropriate training and by the town for payment of training. Confirmation of training attendance shall be submitted to the town for reimbursement. If the town prepays for training and the member does not attend, the member may have to reimburse the town for the cost of the training.
So in other words, be there. Okay.
And that's a may, not a shall. So if there's extenuating circumstances, clearly that would be taken into consideration. The next section to be amended, the proposed changes are under the application/decisions section, and these would be criteria for the completed application. Change to the third bullet down, names and the word mailing is added to addresses of all abutters and property owners, and other is crossed out. Consultants, including legal counsel if applicable. And then the 5th bullet changed from any letters of denial or other referral from other boards, committees, commissions, or departments is being changed to if the application is for a variance, then it must include any letters of denial or recommendations from an appropriate board, committee, commission, or department, and/or a zoning determination document from the zoning officer detailing the specific need for the variances requested. Next bullet down, it currently reads, add related plans or any related plans or deeds if required. Add the language for specific application. Next bullet down is electronic digital copies of all listed items except the mailing labels. Don't need a digital copy of those. And those are the changes under the completed application section. And then the last change that has been added is under the decisions section per RSA 674-33-1AA and 4B. Any variance to special exception shall be valid if exercised within 2 years from the date of final approval or is further extended by the local ordinance of the Zoning Board of Adjustment for good cause, provided that no variances and special exceptions shall expire within 6 months after the resolution of a planning application filed in reliance upon that variance or special exception. Request, that's pretty much the language right out of the RSA. Request for extension of time beyond the 2-year requirement shall be considered as part of a legally noticed public hearing, and such request must be filed prior to the expiration of the 2-year period. All requests shall be in writing and shall demonstrate good cause as to why the 2-year period should be extended. The cost of legally noticing the public hearing to consider an extension shall be the responsibility of the applicant. And variances and special exceptions that are not exercised or extended by the Zoning Board of Adjustment, as noted above, shall be considered as denied with prejudice. All these changes were reviewed by Attorney Cleary. This is your second reading, and per your procedure, the next step, if the board desires, would be to adopt the changes as posted.
I'll make a motion to adopt the changes as posted.
Second.
Discussion? Any comments? Dee, call the roll, please.
Patrick Kiley,
Yes.
Peter Bealow,
Yes.
Jim Unger,
Yes.
Michael Murray,
Yes.
Jim O'Brien.
Yes.
Vote is 5-0-0 and the motion passes. That is all I have for the board this evening.
This meeting is adjourned. I haven't been to a meeting this long since I was on school board. We had a couple that went till 1:30 in the morning.
Wow.